All right, we should be good. Y'all know what to do. We're back in the building looking all crispy and clean on the screen. Welcome, y'all. Welcome back to another YouTube live stream and another episode of the ClassE Morning Show. I'm your host, ClassE, of patreon.com/ClassEbeats, by the way. Make sure you check out the link that is in the description as well as in the pinned comment in the chat. We're getting into it. Day 12. Y'all thought you wasn't going to see me today, huh? Yeah, but I tricked some of y'all. I tricked you guys. It wasn't intentional, but it turns out I did not have to show up for jury duty today. And I know I see y'all, don't worry. I didn't skip out on jury duty, okay? Here in Atlanta, here in Fulton County, what happens is the day before you're supposed to show up for jury selection, you get to call in, right? You get to call into Fulton County and they tell you if you're supposed to show up or not. And unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, there was only one group that got selected to show up and it wasn't my group. So I'm here with y'all. We're gonna be here all day doing our thing. Y'all know what to do. Do me a favor. I know Kel Bell said the irony of you being called for jury duty. I know, right? And this is like the fourth time it's happened in 4 years. It's wild. Anyway, we're gonna get into it, but before I do, I gotta say what's up to the people, man. Speaking of the honorable attorney Kel Bell, shout out to my awesome, amazing Amy is in here doing what she always does, being great. Thank you for being here, Amy. Les Cleaver, my dog A-Fits, Wendy W's in here. Taco Tuesday is in the building. Jay Buckmaster, Libby 22, SC Girl, good morning. Unique is in here as well. Shout out to y'all. Nana Banana celebrating the anniversary the other day. Shout out to Nana Banana. We've got Semprum Edom. I should know what that means. I can't remember. What does Semprum Edom mean? I don't remember. I'm gonna look it up though. Shout out to Semprum Edom. We have the honorable attorney Kel Bell is in here as well. Good to see you, Kel Bell. CPE's in the building. We got Mo Mac up in here. I see all y'all in the building. You guys know what to do. I only ask for one thing on this show, and that's like the video. If y'all could please take a second and like the video. It's free. It really does help the channel out. It helps us continue to grow, and it lets the algorithm know that you guys are enjoying the show, and it shares the video and the channel with more people. So if y'all could make sure that you like the video on your way in. Kara Hampton's in here too. A lot of y'all are going to be in green today. Dr. EJ last night on last night's show gifted 150 memberships. I'm going to be talking about this all week, probably into next week too. So if you got a membership, it's most likely from Dr. EJ. He went absolutely crazy last night. I cannot thank him enough. I was so honored that he was over here showing that much love, giving you guys a chance to be members as well. So shout out to Dr. EJ for that too. All right, let me see what we've got. Yeah, he was going crazy. We got a couple super chats in here, and then I know y'all want to get started with the trial, see what we got going on today. My guy, Les Cleaver's in the building with the first super chat of the day, the 5-bomb. He says, best YouTube channel ever. Y'all got to stop gassing me up like that, man. Hey, we putting in the work, though. Everyone, please have a wonderful day. Be safe, be loved, and know y'all are awesome. You're awesome too, Les, and thank you for the work you put in. That man's out there getting it. Not only showing support here, he stops by on his lunch break at work. Major supporter, man. I appreciate the love. Speaking of, CPE is in the building too. Shout out to CPE with the 5-bomb, just showing some love. Thank you, CPE. I appreciate you as always. We've got Virginia Wiley in the building with the 5-bomb as well. She said, good morning, ClassE. This is the best YouTube channel. Y'all gotta relax, man. Dang. The best YouTube channel around. Be blessed, everyone. Thank you, Virginia. I hope you have a blessed day as well. Thank you for being here, and thank you for supporting. Speaking of, there is the man himself. Dr. EJ is in here. I was just talking about you, Dr. EJ. This man last night gifted 150 memberships on one show, and he was in here yesterday morning and gifted memberships as well. So big shout out to Dr. EJ, major supporter. He's sponsoring this entire week of shows, by the way. Dr. EJ is a major sponsor of this week's show. So I will be shouting him out every single show throughout this week, and I'll be bringing it up next week because he broke a record as well. Y'all see, he's in here again. Dr. EJ just gifted 20 memberships. Insane, man. If you got a membership from Dr. EJ, please make sure you say thank you. I'm going to call y'all out. Paul Johnson, Desiree, Peter Steele, Dime Entertainment, Carrie, City Girl, Destiny, Tony. Is it Nikki, Haven, Christy Crowder. Y'all make sure you say thank you to Dr. EJ. Major supporter. That's nearly 200 memberships he's gifted in the past 24 hours. Insane. Shout out to Dr. EJ. Thank you so much for the love and support. And for keeping the lights on here on the ClassE Morning Show. That means a lot, man. We've got Kara Hampton in the building as well with the 10 bomb. She says, it's Thursday. I hope everyone's week has been great so far. Love this channel and the family that has been created in this chat as well. Much love, ClassE and Amy. Much love to you too, Kara. Appreciate you being here and supporting as well. Peter Ortiz is in the building. What's up, Peter? Dennis is back in here too, our local in the Boston, Canton area. Good to see you in here, Dennis. Butterfly Lovers in the building as well. Who else? All right, y'all can y'all spam Dr. EJ in the chat? This guy almost made me cry the other day. Absolutely amazing. All right, am I blurry? I feel like I'm a little blurry. Either way, we're going to get into it. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Y'all know it's only fan time. Well, all right, not like that. Relax.
Benoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk.
I think my camera's blurry.
Right here, give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
That might be a little better.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning, Judge. Y'all know we got to start the day with some cap from the jurors.
So I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively.
Y'all stop lying.
Able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case?
Y'all believe him?
No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan.
We've got Yuri in here. And I'm not even going to attempt to spell his name, so we'll just have to wait and see how he spells it when he gets up there. Good morning, Peter. Good to see you. Oh man, this guy brought the whole evidence box. We've got Yuri Buchanan up in here.
You solemnly swear the evidence to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Spell it out for me, Yuri.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
First and last name.
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
That's not how you spell it.
I'm currently
Don't fix it.
assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you
Sounds
immigrate?
like a Ukrainian name.
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
That's crazy. He's got
Did
a
you
heavy
attend public
boxing
schools?
accent.
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why
Thank
did
you
you
for your
enlist in the Marine
service.
Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I,
Relevance.
You can finish this next one. Go ahead.
my friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets.
Nice.
With that clearance, we read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
It's a
How
high
long were
level
you in
security.
the military for?
4 years.
When did
Clearance.
when you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
You'll send them blurry.
When did
I'll
you
fix it.
transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask
Thank
you
you,
about
Dr.
the
EJ.
structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years
Morning,
that
Chris.
I've been there. Currently, we have
That's a little
6
blurry.
homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions,
Unattended
accidental
deaths.
industrial
Interesting.
accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation.
Can't
At
say
times it's
Massachusetts.
obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting, reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging.
Dang. This
They
guy's seen some
respond, and
things.
then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes. Typically, we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there is an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper, and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up and willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area.
This is how we're starting the day.
The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in a snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr.
Should be
Proctor?
good now.
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that
Proctor's
morning,
coming soon, I think.
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing a
Red Solo cup.
what was reported to be
I'm gonna do it every time.
blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups,
And they're
with the
throwing
blood in
Proctor
them,
under the bus.
where did the evidence next lead you?
Poor guy.
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation.
Was he about to say
We are not
collusion?
ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible
We're in the
that is in
collusion
physical
stage?
form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because, based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long, or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that
Well, let's talk about
his
it.
body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20-plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes,
Nice.
pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you
They
have a
kept her there
chance
'cause
to enter a room or actually
They
see
said she
Mr.
was
O'Keefe?
crazy.
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
When you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no
He got hit?
abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to any medical observations, but just you as.
It's fair.
law enforcement.
Morning, Stephen.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cuts, scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeball.
Sounds like he got punched.
You know
I'm not
about
gonna
what
lie.
time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
I'm not a doctor, but
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
it happens.
Do you wear
it's
any
true.
type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries.
Ow.
And
What?
I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is it
Man, come on. There's no way. There's no. Are you kidding me? A vehicle strike just did damage here, got a little scratch on the nose. That makes no sense. That had to have been the most precise vehicle strike in the history of vehicle strikes. It's just like Karen was backing up and the car just grew a fist and just bam, hit him right in the face. Are you serious? Bro, come on. Nobody believes this.
a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
They
Yes.
believe it was a vehicle
that?
strike?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
No other
I
injuries?
did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around
Makes
that
no
time,
sense.
12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conference with my boss and advised him of the current status of the
This some
information that we
BS.
had, and he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Sistine.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr.
Sorry, y'all.
O'Keefe, yourself, and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the,
Yeah, we're clipping it
the
right now.
clothing and Mr. O'Keefe,
That's why my computer's acting
we
crazy.
had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his
Who'd you go see?
the defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Makes no sense.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes, with the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
That's Good Sam. That's what they keep referring to
Typically,
as
I would
Good
say
Sam.
it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
A cruiser.
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and
She
provided
called him
information.
or he called her? Which one
stating
is it?
that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right tail light. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here.
Yeah,
And so
y'all
you
gotta
had an
stop
interest in looking
these
at the right
witnesses
rear
from
tail light?
talking.
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow,
Morning,
so
James.
it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
How's far?
We waited for Dayton
How's
PD
far
to
to walk
arrive
in the snow?
to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael,
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
okay,
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
at its closest, I got as close as me and the defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything
Just answer the
remarkable
question, sir.
about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
This guy sucks at answering questions.
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
yes,
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to
You
make
can't
contact
say Michael
with the
Proctor at
residents.
this point, my friend.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Of course.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
Karen's
When you went
dad.
inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow-colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet, we were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
A little good cop,
I
bad
want to ask
cop.
you about that conversation you had with Ms. Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay?
Oh, I didn't put the poll in the chat for the sidebars. We got to approach, but we have some delay, so we'll skip ahead. Here we go. What do y'all think of Yuri so far? And let me know in the comments in the chat how many sidebars you think we'll have today. Here we go. Let me skip ahead.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to
I'm not
give
asking for
a
one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Karen did too much talking.
Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer.
So what?
After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote.
So she said she did it last night.
Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had.
And she said she didn't know?
Did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the three-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which...
Hey, Karen, was John bleeding from his head at the bar? At the bar? Do you have a black eye by any chance? Any scratches on his arm, on his nose? Did you notice any of that? Did you notice, blood dripping from his head while you guys were in the car riding over to the Alberts?
Which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him.
Totally normal question.
But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange, but...
Without the commentary.
Yeah, shut up, dude. Answer the question.
After she told you that
We don't want to hear from you. We don't want to hear
Mr.
that.
O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior,
Tell us about your BS interview.
and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
No, we're still
After the
talking to this
conversation
day.
concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing, other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize?
Now, how did they take her phone? Hold on a second. What is going on here? They didn't have a... How did they take her phone?
The vehicle.
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Objection.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood.
What?
Did you ultimately...
Listen, y'all, I love and respect and appreciate our police officers and the work that they do. So don't get me wrong. I'm going to give them a round of applause. I am never, ever, ever at any point letting a police officer in my home willingly, talking to a police officer without an attorney, engaging with a police officer outside of maybe a casual conversation. They have a job to do. And the fact that these things can happen and it just be like, no, oh well, is insane. So shout out to all our police officers out there. I got a job to protect myself. You guys have a job to do what you do. I'm not. This is wild.
obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
Don't talk to the police, guys.
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehiol.
How did they just get her phone?
Allowed the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck.
Probably what happened is they said, well, Karen, we're going to need to take your phone. And she handed it to him.
You don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood.
Crazy.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone
I respect.
and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
No warrant.
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle
Jeez.
to
man.
allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dayton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dayton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I'm sorry, guys. This is really bothering me. I gotta rewind this and run this back. This question about them taking Karen's phone, because he never answered the question. Brennan asked him, so how were you able to take her stuff without having
Your
a
next
warrant?
step.
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Yeah, so it's what I said then. He said, hey, Karen, we're going to need to take your phone. She's like, okay. So she didn't contest and say, nah, I don't want to give you guys my phone without a warrant.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have
Dang,
a warrant
man.
at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
What process do you
We
go
seize
through?
them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending.
What is seizing? What is going? How do you seize them? Do you just say, give me that? And what, I'm supposed to fight a police officer and say, no, I don't want to. I mean, that's where we're at, I guess. You don't have a right to take this. What do you mean you seize it, dude? What does that mean? What is the legal process?
No.
Jesus.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What
And he
process
didn't.
do you
He
go
never
through?
answered the question. So the question was, do you have authority to seize items without a warrant? They objected. The judge said she was going to allow it, and then Brennan changed the question.
We seize them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us.
Nasty, nasty, nasty
The
word.
process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
We don't care, man. We don't care, Yuri.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
Jeez.
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to
This bothers
allow
me
the
so
ignition
much.
to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dayton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dayton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what
This
time was
bothers
that?
me so much.
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
Garbage.
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the
I don't
vehicle
believe you, dude.
was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded,
So,
but
yes.
we never touched it.
That's another sidebar. Good job, AJ. This is some. This angers me so much. This whole process is just absolutely disgusting.
In any way?
No.
Absolutely
Oh,
garbage. Karen, why? It happens there. It's happened to me before.
Jurors, I'm going
I was
to
young.
strike the last portion.
Police said, hey, you're doing this and this and this. And I'm just like, okay, I've seen enough. I'm 19, 20. Yeah, here you can do whatever you want to. That's why we have to have these conversations. You're sitting in the parking lot and the police are like, hey, we need to search your car. No. I'm allowed to sit in my car in the parking lot. You don't get no.
Portion of that testimony.
Man, James. Dang.
from the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it
Boy,
in
this
any
is
way?
frustrating.
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
You mentioned that the
Yeah,
tow
right.
was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15.
I believe so, yes.
One thing I'm realizing throughout this trial, Karen Reed's only crime is talking too dang much. And I want to use the other word, but y'all know I try not to. I don't curse on this show. She talked too much. She talked to police too much. She talked to EMT too much. She talked to Carrie too much. She talked to Jen too much. She talked to Peggy too much. She talked to police too much. She talked to ABC too much. She talked to CNN too much. She talks too much.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my...
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Objection.
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
Thank you.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a
How is this not
search
hearsay again?
for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Thank you. Finally. Just when
You
I think
begin
I'm
your
starting to
travels at
understand the law,
4:15
these things
PM
get overruled.
Back to the Canton Police Department.
I don't know what
Why
I'm
did
doing
you
here.
choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton Police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port, we needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was
nasty.
also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated sally port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and
She
also
said,
from
"I'll allow it.
traveling
Get
on the
outta here."
highways. It was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it, so it would melt away in the heated sally port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be crime scene services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also service the crime scene services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or sally
Exactly.
port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
Morning, Minnie
You
Perkins.
said you left Dayton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sallyport garage area?
We arrived in at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35.
Did
Quite the memory
did you
there.
and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate
Planting
I'm
evidence.
going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing, rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear the
No.
car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Come
Did you ever see
on.
Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection. Thank you.
I'll sustain it.
Strike that.
Strike
Yes.
that
Thank you, AJ. AJ is on fire.
Did
Strike
you ever
that
see
freaking
Michael
answer.
Proctor
Oh
touch
my
that vehicle
God.
while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area?
Motion for
do you know?
mistrial.
We remained in
Let's
the
throw that in there,
Sallyport
too.
area
Jeez.
approximately until 5:51 and change, based on
Okay,
the
that's
best of
enough.
my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the Sally. I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, Sergeant.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
Proctor's going
He
to
was
get
with me.
cooked.
By your side?
I have a feeling.
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't.
This guy's going to get cooked too.
He was.
Poor Yuri.
We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to share, exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
They had to get their
Did
story
you meet,
together.
Is this team,
Like Carrie and
is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the
And
CERT
Jim.
team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor.
Morning, Mr. Brown.
And other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat, and at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes, the heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Smart water is not going to help. No, he didn't touch the car. Oh, get that out of here. I didn't see him touch the car.
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages.
Jeez.
And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Your Honor, this document is evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
She owned the car. Nice.
Thank you.
Now we're getting somewhere.
As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want
Turtle
to
boy.
walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to January 29, 2022, at the hospital you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
What's up, Tesla?
Where did you
oh,
bring
they're
them
secure
that night?
then.
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the district attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the district attorney's office in the state police section of the office where
Yeah,
we
no evidence
have
bag.
our,
Shocker.
desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the district attorney's office?
Once the clothing was
I tossed
in
them in the
that
washer.
secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you please.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a
He's gonna get it one of
butcher
these days.
paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes,
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing
That's so
items
funny.
one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes,
They
sir.
obviously tampered with the evidence.
Are there times when
not hard to see.
that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
How long were they left
Yes,
out?
there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Chain of custody is
Yes, I do.
disgusting here.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt, It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear
agree.
boxers.
Throw it all away.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Buchanan?
Yes, I do.
All right, now we're going to get into him opening the evidence. Did you have gloves on when you initially handled the evidence? Trooper Buchanan? However you say his last name? Nope. Can I just say something? Y'all are already saying in the chat that Proctor got he got suspended because of misconduct during this investigation. If that happens, there should be an instant acquittal. Can we all agree on that? Good to see you, Les. Just say Bukaki. If an officer is suspended for mishandling, suspended and then fired, as Dennis said, for mishandling an investigation, should it be an instant acquittal? How does this even go to trial? And I mean, you have to think of it
I'd move this
as,
item into evidence.
and you have to, when answering that question, you have to think of it as what if John O'Keefe were your son? Think about it and answer it in that way, because it's tough.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes. Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Those are literally big boy pants. He's a big boy.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough for me to take the rest of this evidence seriously if a police officer got suspended and then fired for mishandling this. How can you move forward?
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that
Throw the
a
whole thing away.
sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
And then be mad at and sue the police, but don't lock up a person that could possibly be innocent because this
Could I have the
Jacked
court's
up
permission for
evidence.
the trooper to show it to the jury?
shows what it shows. Not a fan. At all. We got another
Super,
shoe.
is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
So this is the second shoe.
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked?
Or is this the same one from yesterday? I don't know. I'll let it play out, y'all.
What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from
It's obviously a right sneaker.
from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
If you could get your together. Yuri, that's 3 side buys, by the way. If you could get your itch together, we would appreciate it. Lord have mercy. Here we go.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
We'll facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Oh, they're taking a break. They got to get their evidence together. Hold on a second. What happened here? Here we go. Judge Bev's going to explain what's going on.
Jurors will take our morning recess because we don't need to watch us over there following the thing. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody has a break and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in court. So we will see you at 11:00.
All rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, follow me.
Okay, so they're taking a break. Wow. Good thing we had a delay because they're going to try and figure this stuff out. Jesus, man.
During the break,
Come on, Yuri.
Of a representative from the defense team speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
We'll facilitate things.
She
Yes,
looks
you may.
super clean. But they didn't touch anything.
All right.
All right, so we actually, let me see here. So they're taking their morning break. Let me double check and see. Actually, we may be able to skip through all of this. Yep, we can. Thank God for delay. The delay works out sometimes. So what I'll do, let me read some super chats real quick. Also, I need to see how many of y'all we got up in here. I haven't looked in a minute. Let me see. We've got, oh my goodness, over 1,000 of y'all in here. 800 plus of you have liked the video. Thank y'all for liking the video. If you could take a second and like the video, it really does help out a lot. We have a ton of super chats to get to. Last one I saw was Slim Life is in here. Shout out to Slim Life, New Jersey with the 5 bomb. She says, good morning, ClassE, Amy, and my wonderful chat family. It's Thirsty Thursday, so drink up. Much love to all. Much love to you all. Thank you for that, Slim Life. We got Stephen G from Down Under saying with the 3 bomb, shout out and love from Australia. Appreciate everybody watching across the pond and around the world. We're international here on the ClassE Morning Show. So shout out to my guy, Stephen G. I know it's a little bit later, but I always appreciate you tuning in. We've got Chris Easter in here with the 2 bomb says, now I see Karen UFC. He says, now I figured it out. Now I see Karen UFC punched him after the car hit him. Yep. She backed up. She was like, boom. She got out the car. China, effing hate you. Like we heard on the voicemail. Sounds about right. We've got Woohoo Worldwide in the building. Says, good morning. Did you see the black sole on the Nike in the picture by the curve versus all white sole in courtroom? Woohoo to you. Shout out to Woohoo in the building. Yeah, Amy's talking about that over on X. If y'all don't follow Amy on X, make sure you do that. She's been giving a lot of great insight into what she's seeing, what her perspective is, what's going on in this case. Crazy. Absolutely insane. Mary Sella in here, she's pissed with the super sticker. Thank you, Mary Sella. And then we've got Mr. Brown in the building with the 2 Brom. Hope you're doing well, Mr. Brown. Always praying for you every single day for a speedy recovery. So thank you for being here. Thank you for the love. Excuse me. All right, let me see what y'all are saying. I want to read a couple of these comments. That shoe was the one from the hospital. We saw the right sneaker from the hospital yesterday. They don't know what they're doing. That's an awfully clean sneaker to have been outside in the blizzard, buried in the snow. That's what I said this yesterday. Oh no, please don't tell me they mixed up the shoes. Mistrial? Motion for mistrial. The pic yesterday showed the sneaker with the black sole. The one pulled out the evidence had a white sole. They don't know what's going on here. Rashi Dog says, we need to take our morning recess so I can save the prosecution. Nothing to see here. Oh man. Yeah, you're asking what Amy's handle is. I will drop a link to, where is she? I'll drop a link to it right now. And it's just at it's at Amy Lee. But there it is for y'all in the chat, so you can go follow her. Oh my gosh, he's got the wrong shoe. He said, oh yeah, this is the left shoe. No, sir, it's not. All right. We're going to skip ahead and get back into it. Thankfully, we've got delay, but we're pretty much out of our delay now. Let's see what Judge Bev is saying. I didn't finish my smoothie from this morning.
The jury's coming over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no? I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs. I thought you had them. I will.
Did that fall out?
Yuri's coming back up here. Hopefully he's got his stuff together. Motion for mistrial, man. What the heck? X is amazing. It's my, other than YouTube, X is my favorite platform.
Thank you.
Great place to find news, updates, get some good feedback and hear what people are thinking about what's going on. X is amazing. No, Stephen G, you cannot.
All right, to the court, jurors entry.
I mean, you can, but yep, I agree, Dennis. You can, Stephen, but after 2 mistrials, the judge would most likely dismiss it.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, are you all set, Mr. Brennan?
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
All right, Yuri, did you get your ish together,
Sir,
man?
when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
So now it's the shoe from the hospital. Jeez.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for showing us the shoe, Yuri.
Trooper Buchanan, there are
Super
two
helpful.
more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
That's a nice suit, though. I will give him that.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper?
A Walmart exclusive right there.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Just place it on that side.
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you.
He said that case of suitcase is so stupid.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court's permission?
Yes.
I'll take your word for it, Nosy Rosie.
Could you show the back side, please?
He said he wants to see his what?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as to exhibit 88, maybe approach the brief.
I'm sorry?
Maybe approach the brief.
Oh, okay.
Well, these sidebars are out of hand today. Good grief. What is that, number 4? Goodness. We got all that delay for nothing.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Buchanan, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military-style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm, separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking
The yard.
anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process to handling it?
On this day, we identified evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would a person bagging them use
Oh,
any
shoot, I just
type of
moved my
protection
camera
like
again.
you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside, and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out, with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry. No. Hand you a series of photographs and ask you to take a look at them.
And they stay busy out there. I think there's only been one day so far we haven't heard an ambulance. An ambulance.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs in evidence.
Any
No objection,
objection?
Your Honor.
Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
Six.
Since 89, 94.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, they mark each item
fair question.
individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury.
Who's back there whispering? What is that?
And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did they find blood on the taillights?
Thank you.
These
Or
two are taped
DNA or
together.
something?
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1.
I mean, blood, DNA, something.
This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N, as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
The wax stamp bag.
Those
What
all
was
the
he
items
talking
in that
about?
bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the
Looks like there's something
flagpole
here.
and the fire hydrant. The area we were
What is it?
excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can
Can you make it larger?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ah, there we go. I see it now.
Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492-7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that?
Karen, back into the fire hydrant.
Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale. by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P5157721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
It was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Showing the photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Exhibit 98.
Yes.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay?
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you
Is that
close?
the berm?
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Not
we
the
zoom out a little
straw.
bit, please,
Dun,
Mr.
dun, dun. Oops.
Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet, if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, move that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the
Yes.
jury?
They didn't know where John was, but they could find the straw. They found the hat. Nice.
Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm showing you a series of photographs. Could you take a look at it? The first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo
They
is
never
also
tested
of
this
the
stuff.
hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat, and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it, with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Or I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you, Larry. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526, 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes,
This
that's
whole
the
shoot thing is confusing.
excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B, P527, 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529, 7739, please.
Once
Yeah, I'm ready for
pulled
cross-examination with
out,
them.
and flipped over. Again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass
That's the hat.
at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members
Cocktail
to
glass?
go by the scene every day as
Oh
the
my gosh.
temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of
Cocktail glass
finding
straw.
each and every item.
You
that
tried
was
to be smooth
present.
with it. You ain't that smooth, Yuri.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes.
From what group?
It was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say a directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the
Absolutely,
lawn
Tanya.
to make sure that
Until
any
proven
evidence
guilty.
that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
As you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police.
Yes,
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
This guy.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page
Yeah, I think-
recognize that item.
We're
Yes, I
all
do.
ready
What do
for
you
cross.
recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
like to move these into evidence, A and B, court's permission.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
He doesn't remember
Could
who he
you
was with?
Produce 7-11, please.
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
Y'all give me a second.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total of the 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the... Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence
Yes.
or not. Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand.
Uh-oh, what happened? Did I mess it up? Dang, we were doing so good too. Hold on a second, y'all. I think I messed it up.
right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
There we go.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
I don't know what happened there.
Your
Sorry, y'all.
last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wrap it up, Brennan, man. You want to see this guy get barbecued? It's almost lunchtime, too.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court.
Who had the Ring
legal
camera?
service.
Where was the Ring camera?
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA, and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Disgraced
Yes, I
officer
was.
Michael
Are you
Proctor.
still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
Why not?
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Okay, do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive, or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Email text
Yes, I
chain.
did.
Text
When
chain
you
is
received a text,
wild.
Do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
He didn't
And
respond
during
with
that
verbiage.
text chain, did you look at the entire
That's a
text
new
chain?
one.
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes,
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
there was.
Uh-oh. Here we go.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state
What was
police
in the text chain?
make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you
Uh-oh.
initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings
Yuri,
against
what'd you have going
were
on,
one
man?
of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes,
Oh,
And the
wow.
other, was it regarding a
wasn't a
routine
good
or regular
babysitter.
review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
that's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Striking. You already answered.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
They're about to approach. I
What
feel a
was that
sidebar
second
coming on.
sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No,
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
there was.
And what was that punishment?
He was suspended?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Oh, dang,
You
that's tough.
presently work in the Homicide Division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Got to babysit better.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the
Disciplinary
internal
process.
investigation.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, he got a slap on the wrist. He didn't get fired and suspended, though. I want to see this text chain. What did Proctor say? I'm going to get this FMB. She's a cop killer. What did he say? Y'all don't spoil it for me. I want to see him.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that
Thank you, Ryan.
photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Here we go.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all
Here
of
we
them.
go.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
Hold on.
I'm
Hold
sorry.
on. I gotta clip it.
The author.
Hold on. We
whoever
gotta
makes-
we gotta rewind this. Hold on. Hold on.
August 17th, 2022.
Hold on. I gotta click. All right. I'm laughing because we're about to hear these text messages that were going on in the group chat with Yuri and Proctor. Yo, this is
So I'm going
crazy.
to ask you to take a look at that document.
Here we
And
go.
If you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, he's gonna
Without
tell us who
citing the
said
phone
everything
numbers,
here in a
I'd like
minute.
you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read.
Oh, this
the
is
text
embarrassing.
to the jury.
There's my sweet Grace. Shout out to Dottie in the building.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
It's crazy.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
And he's gonna
Hey,
tell
can
us
you
who's
give the
saying this
author
in a
for each
second.
Comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
You're making him read the whole thing.
Dan?
Yes.
He's got to read the whole
Identifies
thing.
this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Please. Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any
Yikes.
belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Go ahead.
Next,
He's
please.
already gone. Just throw him under the bus. Might as well. Yo, Michael, what was happening, man? Did Michael want Karen?
There's a blank page. And that's the end. Yes, sir.
You're crazy.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
He's talking about
Lost
you,
5
Nettie.
days of vacation.
Okay. And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the
What happened to
evidence that you
Proctor?
reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to
I'm sure
look
he's
at the
loving
ring
this.
video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, or we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it
Makes
could be a
sense.
cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119.
We actually get to see what was going on here. And that's Karen's car.
Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please?
So there goes the lovely couple.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
Is that John's house? Whose house is this?
Thank you.
That house is right
In
near
your
the road.
investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
So what does that mean? It was
Did you look for ring
deleted?
video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
Dang. Look at that. It's nasty. Kind of looked like she hit the other car there.
Did you review?
Did y'all see that? It looked like there was a bump. Don't. Yeah, she hit something there. Did y'all see that? Right. Bump. You see the car shake back and forth. I want to rewind it one more time and see if we can see the other car move. Yeah, you can see the other car kind of. Hey, y'all don't spoil it now. We're watching this in real time. We'll figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, she hit that car.
Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please?
That's Karen, Carrie, and Jen. Yep. There's Carrie with the
Could you
big
stop that,
puffer
please?
jacket.
Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 54629?
Yes.
Was there any video of those 3 people leaving?
No, there was not.
Why? Oh, because it wasn't activated. Probably it didn't start recording.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please?
A lot of times these cameras, they only record when there's movement, depending on how it's set up.
Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play?
Which Mrs. O'Keefe? His wife or Peggy? Not being very clear there, Officer 5-day vacation.
Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165?
I'll play the whole thing, man.
Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please.
Look at all that snow. That looks like
Stop that.
Karen's
Do you know who
dad.
exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please.
What were they doing there?
Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and
Her
possibly
brother?
his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please?
Wiping out the glass so he can see.
Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171?
Wiping off some more snow. Dang, what time is this? There's more snow on the car? Jeez. Is this the same day?
And 175.
Wiping off the snow. Look how deep that snow is. And then you got to pay almost $1 million to live there. I'm good, man. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
Interesting.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Would you like to move this into evidence?
Okay. Any objections, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6.
Okay.
At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton,
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Dang, look at all that snow. Oh my gosh. That is insane. That's got to be 2+ feet of snow, at least. Crazy.
Could you play video 2, please?
You said that's nothing. Crazy. That's normal winter? No, thank you.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was.
Well, let's see. Let's rewind it. It is white. Yep, it's missing the piece from when she backed into the car in the driveway.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from C.F. McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 20th, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the council sidebar for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
All right, so they're going to side by to decide if they're going to go to lunch. What do y'all think? Are they going to go to lunch or are we going to keep moving? Let me know. Actually, let me read these super chats real quick. And shout out to everybody who's showing support. And thank y'all. How many of y'all liked the video? Over 800 plus of y'all have liked the video. Sheesh. Who did I miss? We got CPE in there. Cross is going to be epic. Yep. Oh, shout out to... Wait a second. Did I read that one? No. Hold on. I missed a couple of these. Oh, I got to go way back. We got Shauna in here with the 10 bomb. Says, good day, ClassE, Amy, and chat fam. I love you all. Shout out to Shauna showing some love. We've got Ryan Greer in here with the 5 bomb. Said, is it me? Or does the back of his sweater and pants look like they may have been drugged? I saw it too, Ryan. I'm with you on that one. We've got Valerie in here with the 5 bomb. Thank you, Valerie. It says incredible. We've also got CPE in here with the 5 bomb. Says, just because I know watching the cross is going to be epic. Yeah, this is good. That man is going to be up there sweating and squirming and sweating. It's going to be ugly. Slim Life gifted a membership. If you got a membership from Slim Life, say thank you. I think actually Georgia got it and she said thank you. So shout out to her. And then Amy, y'all know what time it is. Amy is ready for lunch. She got the cake. Yup. She got the banana. Yup. She's got the ice cream. Oh my gosh. And the banana. The banana peel. You know what that means. Shout out to Amy, always showing love and doing so many things here on the channel in the chat. I appreciate you, Amy. I love you. Thank you for everything that you do. All right. Slim Life says Turtle Boy has been on this case from the gate. I love his show. I have to check him out. I have not watched. I'm subscribed, but I just haven't had a chance to watch any of his stuff. But he was over here checking out the channel. So shout out to him. I watched a couple of his short videos. They were he is pretty funny. I gotta watch some of his full shows though. So shout out to TB. Thank you, Amy. He's showing love, man. All right, here we go. Let's get back to it.
And approach.
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a CD direct.
All right, so no lunch break. We're going back at it.
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. You recognize what they are.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
Now I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look. You recognize.
Dang, get it together, y'all. What's going on? Struggling. Jeez.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
You want to move these 4 photographs into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's 108A through 108B.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you at a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right.
Oh, they got the timeline.
It is
I like it.
chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes, so the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. Mm-hmm. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please.
Oh, they look like they were having a good time. There they are right there.
If we could proceed to 9:10.
Sad, man. He's wearing the hat and the hoodie.
What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please.
Who are they talking to?
And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
So this is just about
When
the
you've
drinks?
made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please.
This is where it's about to
9:32.
get good.
Here the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please.
Oh, gotta go back.
Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it, and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look
Okay.
like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
It can be paused. There's a pause button at the bottom left. Just
She's handed
click
a
the
shot
pause
by
button.
the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
Looks like her demeanor's changing a little bit. Do we know who this guy is, who they're talking to? Anybody tell me? What are we supposed to be seeing here? Oh, that's John's best friend. We are watching Karen drink. I need somebody to do a voiceover. I would do it, but the Boston accents are gonna get annoying if I do it. Boy, this is riveting.
So right there we had,
John's looking at his phone.
we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he put it back.
Wow. Astute observation by Yuri. That's something. Goes to the bathroom. Cowbell said, now this is great detective work.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
My. Did you guys hear that? She drank her cocktail. What? What's up, Truly Blessed? Now that is something.
The next video, please. This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Welcome, Krista. Thank you. Now, he said she consumed it. That's going to be key to the investigation.
So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
4. All right, all my drinkers in the chat. What is Karen drinking?
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
Four on the floor. Vodka
By
and soda.
9:45, how many drinks
Nice.
have been served to the
That's what I'm
defendant?
talking about.
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10
You're
and
gonna
9:45.
do it right.
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Or a Jaeger bomb. Wouldn't she drop the shot in?
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection is sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
She just gestures to the bartender.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes, he is. And he puts it in his back pocket.
He's texting Jen. How long they die in the cold? Yeah, you're good, Kel Bell. I caught it. We're still going.
The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Karen was a wild one. Or is. I don't know, maybe she changed. Oh, he's telling her to stop drinking. I see.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Could we have the next?
Okay, now she's standing next to John again.
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass.
Who's this guy?
A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar.
Oh, did you guys see that? Right there. She touched her straw. It's going to be important. She touched her straw. I'm going to make a prediction. In the next clip, she's going to take a sip.
The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand,
Oh my goodness.
places it on the bar.
On the bar.
And then
Wait, did John finish Karen's drink? It looked like that didn't look like a beer.
and then
I can't tell. Sorry, Slim Life.
What time are we at now?
You don't know.
that was 10:34, so we're moving 10:37.
What is the drink on at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
I'm sorry, Kelvin. I'm sorry. I won't fake y'all out like that again. That was messed up of me. It's crazy to me that people drink this much. Yeah, we just want to get to cross-examination, man.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed.
Sorry, Karen. All right, they're gonna do the shots.
Pours it into her drink.
Oh, okay, Karen's pouring.
She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Your Honor, no objection, last line.
Okay, I'll strike that.
She's definitely close talking. I'm
Next
with
video,
y'all on
please.
that.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand,
Okay.
continues to sip on it. And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anyway.
There you go. This looks like a good time. Just for me, I would go to the bar and get food. Instead of drinks. I want to eat, man. I guess shots and beers are
At
cheaper though.
10:53, how many drinks have been
Beers.
served
Yes.
to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not correct.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike.
Next slide.
Motion for mistrial.
And is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel inside please on this.
All right, here's where it starts to get good. We got the waterfall. Bah. Well, we're gonna skip ahead through this side bar here in a minute. How many side bars is that? It's almost time for lunch. Yeah, I'm surprised she hasn't stopped yet, to be honest. I wonder if she's gonna give them a full lunch. Shout out to, where'd he go? Oh, hold on.
For the lunch and break, it's 1:10. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and Sergeant, you can just file out after
She said we'll see you
Yes, sir.
when.
1. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and Sergeant, you can just file out after
So
Yes, sir.
All
we
rise
got,
for the court, please.
we got 20 minutes, I
Close your
think.
notebooks, follow me.
All right, there it is. I'm gonna read some of these super chats. Shout out to Stephen G. He said, "Is this new video?" I don't know. First trialers. Is that new video? Is this your first time seeing this? Let me know in the comments in the chat. Also, Stephen G with the 2 bomb, with the 3 bomb says, "ClassE, is this new? I can't see the chat." Oh no. Why can't you see the chat? I don't know if this is new or not. No, this is not new. They showed this the first time. The waterfall bar. How do you say waterfall bar? How many sidebars do we have so far? I think that's 4 if I remember right. No, it's not new. Not new video, Steven. It is not new video. I repeat, it's not new video. If she walks away from this and only gets a DUI, that's honestly not that big of a deal. But half the witnesses should get one too. Is she being charged with the DUI? I highly doubt it. I don't even, let me see. Let's see, what are the official charges for? I highly doubt she's being charged with DUI, but she might. I guess if you're saying they give her a lesser charge of just the DUI, I don't even know if they could prove that, to be honest. Amy said that's 5. Okay, we are at 5 side boss. She can't just get a DUI as manslaughter. I mean, she could get a DUI if they were saying she was drinking and driving, and they find her not guilty of unaliving John. Manslaughter is already a long sentence. I have no idea. Several people mentioned it. Steak tips are good at the waterfall, says Dennis. I might have to stop by there. We'll have to take a road trip. She's got 3 charges. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Steak tips sound amazing. Yeah, I would go in there and get food. I wouldn't be in there drinking. 2nd-degree murder, manslaughter while operating a vehicle under the influence, leaving the scene of a collision causing injury or death. Yeah, so the second one, manslaughter while operating a vehicle under the influence. This charge, obviously, because they're saying she was drunk and she hit him. Then unless they bring the charges up against the shady LEJO, doesn't get justice. She goes home and enjoys life for what will be for her. Yeah, you think Karen's going to be able to live in Canton after this if she's found not guilty? Dang, that's tough. I used to drink when I was young. I didn't know how I got home a couple times. Got alcohol poisoning once. Ow! Decided I'm not cut out for it. I think most people aren't. Oh my gosh, why does this keep happening? Most people aren't cut out for it. If we were being honest. All right, sorry y'all. My computer is tripping again. Especially to the level some of these Some of these people are drinking. Not necessary. Yeah. Okay. She doesn't live in Canton. She's not local. She's an outsider. They need to bring charges on the rest of them regardless of the outcome. Dang. Well, what good would it do? They're going to keep drinking anyway. They did blood alcohol on her and she was still over the limit the next morning at the hospital. Dang. Why? Amy says Karen definitely hit John's car when leaving to go and look for him. You can see his car move slightly. That's where she damaged her taillight. After the wrong sneaker out of the bag today should be a mistrial. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can go back to that video too. Let me see if I could find it here. Let me see. Oh, yep, here we go.
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over there. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022,
Yeah, I'm gonna just play
did
it
you have
from
a
here.
chance to look at
Can you
video from the
enlarge
ring
it?
at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm gonna
Yes.
let this play
Okay,
through.
Video
'Cause we just
145,
got,
please.
take a few more minutes for lunch, so y'all give me a second. I'll be right back. Oops, here we go. Hold on. I got you.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. There's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any Ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any Ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no Ring video for that time frame.
Did you look for Ring video around 5:07:58 that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is, top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 54629?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sallyport, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Would you like to move this into evidence?
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6.
Okay.
At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton,
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Exhibit 105.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from C.F. McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the counsel inside bar for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
And approach.
Yes.
Sir, I'm giving you a CD. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do. It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
All right, we back.
Evidence is an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
So I know y'all watched it all the way through, but I want to go back and look at this tail light. So I instantly saw it when it first happened, and it's clear that Karen bumped into the other car. And what's crazy is, I mean, oh my gosh, what's crazy is I saw it the first time. So the jury hasn't gotten to rewind this video. So this story doesn't even make any sense. It's the right tail light. They're saying the right tail light was cracked. And you can see that she bumps into this car. This case is over, man. It's done. I did, Peter. Thank you. It was quick. This case is done. You got a police officer that was suspended for doing what he did. We still have to find out what Proctor's got going on. Then you've got this video that clearly shows Karen Reed busting her taillight on this other car. I wonder if I could, can I play this in slow motion? Playback speed 0.25. And boop. You can see the other car move forward. What are we talking about? Shout out Amy with the quickies. What are we even doing here? You see Karen looks back, she's probably like, oh shit. And even if you can't see the white out of the tail light, that means the pieces probably didn't fall off yet. Sorry, y'all. I know this sounds probably annoying. Does it look like it's broken there? Can't really tell. All right, let's play it. Let's speed it up a little bit. So now we'll play this at half speed. All right, this is half speed. Y'all can see the white. I don't know if I can see the white. So this is half speed. Karen's backing up. She's looking. She was obviously drunk. And then right. Boom. You see the car, the other car, you can see it move forward. Right there. All right, now let's play it at 0.75 speed. Boom. Guys, this is done. We're done. We're out. It's over. This ruins their whole case. She bumps the car. I had some pineapple for lunch. Love pineapple. Thank you, Amy. My guy Stephen G in here. He says, "Classy, buy Amy a latte for me. She's unreal. She is the best." And I will definitely do that. Except Amy doesn't drink lattes like that. But we'll figure something out. I got you, Stephen. Thank you, man. And thank you for the support. I appreciate you. You've been in here supporting all morning and all afternoon where you're at in Australia. But yeah, this is it, guys. We'll do this a couple more times because I want it to be known. Watch the vehicle here And bump. You can see it. You can clearly see it move forward. You see the wheels rock. Why are they doing this? Can you guys see? You can see the car rock on its tires. I'll rewind it again. We're going to keep doing this till everybody, even Peter, says, yeah, I can see it. Peter, you see it? Just watch this tire right here. Watch my mouse. Look at the pointer on my mouse. Just watch this area right here. You can see it. Boop. You see the tire turn. One more time. Watch this tire. Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it. Boom. It's over. That's it. What else do you need to see? Honeybee says, and welcome, Honeybee. Thank you for being here for the first time. Video? Perfect heights too of both vehicles. Yep. I'm surprised that the Commonwealth is really standing on this whole she backed into him thing. Now, could two things be true? Sure. Does it make sense? No. It doesn't make sense at all. I would be fine with their story if it makes sense. So far, I'm not seeing it. You can see her vehicle move like it hit something clearly as day. Or clear as day, excuse me. Prosecution is dumb. Yeah, you see the tire on the other car move. It's actually easier when you look at it. When you look at it in normal speed. Just watch the tire of this car. You see it roll forward. Where's Peter go? Why is he so quiet? Boom. ClassE, she just hit the car. Defense is going to let him have it.
Thank you.
Amy says she backed into him before, just in a different way.
Yes.
No, Amy.
Later review video of 5:46:29.
Amy's still thinking about lunch.
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please?
You saw this during the first trial, Peter? Peter, how do you explain this? Peter must be team two things are true. So you believe she backed into the car and she backed into John? So you believe it's both? Or what are y'all saying? I don't want to give you any talking points, but I mean, did she plan this? She's like, yeah, let me back into this car and then I'm gonna back out and run and hit him in the head because I'm pissed. And boom, car moves forward. This is a Lexus. Peter said yes, both. Of course, Peter said both. Come on, Peter. CPE, ClassE, don't forget, they found the taillight pieces right next to the fire hydrant. So she may have hit that as well. She was drunk. She could have hit lots of things. Girl, you look good when you back that. Yeah, I see you, Amy. Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head. Dun, 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 dun. Anyway, Nana Banana says I'm with Peter. Okay. How's the taillight here when she leaves at 5 in the morning? If she hit him the night before? Yeah, I mean, the pieces could have fallen off. As Amy said, they could have hit. She could have hit something else. Like I was singing that at lunch. Girl, you look
Okay.
good once you back that back
Did you
up.
review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did
Nana
you
Banana thinks she's
later
guilty.
review video
All right, we'll have
of
to let it play
5:46:29?
out. The Pink Panther
Yes.
was hiding behind the tree.
Play number 154, please.
I don't know, y'all. Here's what I'll say. So I'll give Nana Banana and Peter Ortiz some room here. I'll give the Commonwealth some room for me to be convinced. If they're not going to deny that she backed into his car, that's fine. But they've really got to explain to me how this happened and how this is possible. Cause it's not adding up, y'all. We got Jen, we got Karen, we've got Carrie.
Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that
Beyond
video?
a reasonable doubt. I'm
Yes,
not
I
seeing
do.
it.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle.
I just realized
middle
I had
left
this.
side of the
That's why y'all couldn't see
screen.
the whole thing. Sorry,
There's a
y'all.
bo-
I just realized that I had this whole thing. I had this maximized this whole time. I apologize. Let me do it again, because y'all couldn't see, could you? Now you should be able to see. Just watch this wheel. And bump. Now I was gonna say it's a Lexus. So those cars are very fragile. It doesn't take much to crack a taillight.
Thank you.
And they
Did you
could have
review
fallen
that
off
video
later.
from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please?
When I first started driving, I let my sister drive and she hit a camper. We picked up the pieces, went to the commissary on the base, we placed the pieces like someone
Could you
else did
stop
it.
that, please?
They shut
Do you
the
recognize
base
what's
down.
in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr.
We eventually got caught in Outlet Live because I stopped to see my boyfriend before going to the grocery shopping. My dad called him to see what happened. The pieces were planted in this case. And oh my gosh. So we've got an expert. Shout out to Truly Blessed.
John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen.
She's only
is a
guilty
black,
of thinking those folks
Lexus
were her friends.
SUV registered to
Dang.
Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see?
Nana Banana and Peter, how? That's a great question. Who asked it? Who asked it? Oh, Slim Life, New Jersey said, but how was his arm cut up? Peter and Nana, y'all were first trial watchers. What happened to his arm? How did that happen? Amy says if she planned to do it or accidentally, she would have wanted to come across calm and be like, John, where are you, honey, etc. You would not purposely scream and act a fool. Okay, so Nana Banana. Oh, so you think there was a fight? Peter said a polar bear. Peter, you can't be trolling when I'm trying to have a serious conversation. He said, oh my gosh. Oh, Nana Banana believes there was a fight prior to. Okay, something happened in the house. So you think the prosecution, think the Commonwealth is lying about that? So he went in the house, he got in the fight, he went outside. Karen's like, I hate you, John. Like she said on the voicemail. And then he came outside and hit her. He came outside and she hit him. I don't believe Peter believes a word he says. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
The people enter the house.
Yes.
Did you look for further
Crazier
video
things have
after
happened, I guess.
the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
I wonder why there
Was
wasn't any
there
video of them leaving.
later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please?
Girl, you look good. Once you back that back up.
Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please?
Amy says, I have a family member in law enforcement in Boston, and he thinks she's innocent. And he says more than half of the police there are corrupt. Dang. Plausible theory, if everyone in the house wasn't lying, where are the tire tracks if when she supposedly hit John? What? The phone evidence proves otherwise. Nana, there's no way he went into the house, got beat up, came outside, and got hit by Karen. There wasn't enough time for that. My question is, if someone had originally parked behind her when she pulled up to the house, how could she back up to begin with? It's not making sense. The math ain't mathing.
Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play?
Was there any damage to the other car? Like it had been hit? People were standing outside in a blizzard? Massachusetts folks are built different, man.
Did you later look at video of 12:04?
I don't think
Yes.
I don't think they like Karen. I don't think they had it out for Karen. I guess it would depend on how you define it. They weren't just looking for a chance to set her up. Somebody's trying to cover up something here. Who is it? Is it Karen? Is it Peggy? Is it Jen? Is it Carrie? Is it the Canton Police Department? Is it his best friend? Who? We don't. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who's trying to cover up what?
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165?
Out of all those people I just named, one of them knows what actually happened.
Could you stop that video?
I don't
Do
think
you know
Karen
who
did.
that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please.
But you're going to tell me they sold their family home that was in their family for
Stop that. Do you know who
generations?
exited the car?
They got rid of the dog.
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay,
It's
continue,
weird, man. Super weird. I mean, imagine if all of this was just an accident and they're covering up an accident. What if he did get in a fight? What if somebody did punch him? What if the dog did attack him and bite him? And then after all this, he was just walking outside in a blizzard, drunk, and just fell on the stairs and hit his head. And they're like, oh man, this does not look good. We gotta do something. Take his phone, they toss it, they take him, drag him over there. It's a mess, man. I truly don't think this was somebody was trying to kill them. It just seems like it was an accident.
Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that
Story
time
doesn't
period?
make sense.
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
The dog has something to do with
12:35
it.
p.m. Could you play video 174, please?
That's a good question. If it were an accident, why cover it up? Because maybe it wasn't a good look if they had just been in a fight with John and maybe he did get a black eye. That you fight somebody and then they end up dead. I mean, even if you're a police officer, that's not a great look at all. I don't know, man. I don't know. We're going to go back into court proceedings here shortly, y'all. Slim Life says, I just showed my patient a pic of John O'Keefe's arm. She knows nothing about this case. She just said it looks like he was clawed by an animal.
Thank you. Did you look at video from 1240?
Yes, I did.
We have video 171.
That's right, Rhonda. Innocent until proven guilty. Thanks for being here. She definitely bumped the vehicle. That happened to me at Sam's, and I was sitting in my vehicle. It happens all the time. And she was drunk. All right, y'all ready to get back into the court proceedings? We are back from lunch, so let's go ahead and skip ahead here. We got OnlyFans. Looks like we're going to the bar. Hopefully y'all had enough lunch and you're ready to go to the bar. Skip ahead. Boom. Here we go. Peter's convinced it's a polar bear. Come on, man. You're probably right.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
We need to get to this cross today. Y'all think we're getting across today? Because a lot of you said we're just getting started. We only got an hour and a half.
10:54. And before we begin, Trooper Mechanic, is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is, at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 10:54, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into
waterfall.
the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and
Barely.
greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play.
It's a waterfall.
We'll just let them play.
Okay.
You can't really see anything. These are not good videos.
11:46, please.
Peter, do they sound like friends to you? I don't think so.
$12:06, please.
Can barely see them at the top of this screen. That looks like Karen right there.
$12:07. $12:10, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced into evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Goodman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there, to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan.
Oh, we're about to get in the cross.
2024, did you obtain
Here we go.
ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I'd move this as evidence.
No objection.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Wow.
Exhibit 109.
Thank you.
Who's gonna get him? Oh man, it's time. AJ is up and he's about to cross-examine Yuri. Here we go. Y'all get ready for it. This is what we've been waiting for. Let's see if AJ's thinking the same thing we were.
Are you ready, Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchanan.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
Proctor's gonna get
I wouldn't
cooked.
call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're
Yes.
responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person. Yes.
And it has to be some
Good job.
sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Come on, man.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the
Jeez.
rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent. Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
Yes.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer is, or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence. We follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Mm-hmm. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the most
Let's try it again.
Accurate explanation.
Okay. You done?
I am.
Okay. Let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence,
getting hostile
as a supervisor,
already.
Supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part. You can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
if you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you supervise them.
That is one possibility.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen. Correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there is a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected, pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected. Or
Wait. If that's the case, why wasn't Proctor suspended?
Stop the cap.
How can that be the case? Oh, we'll let him talk. I'm gonna give him some space to
professionally,
talk.
with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected, pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, well, let me ask you this. He's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael,
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
well, you said a lot before that, so
No,
I,
I said
Was he assigned to the case?
Yeah, what I
Yes
said
or
before
no?
that was January 29,
Come on, man.
2022, he was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Correct?
no.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month
Who
prior.
was?
Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result.
Who
He was
was?
not, he was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He
on
was.
January 29, correct?
He was.
Jeez, man.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Good God. Shout out to AJ, man. Thank goodness he's a good attorney.
Let me just
'cause
ask you this. Do you believe
I would have been up at that witness stand by now.
Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
That's why you lost your
The
vacation days, buddy.
investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant? Okay.
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
Why is he doing this? Why is he cooking them?
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question.
That's a question,
Correct?
sir.
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
This guy is cross-examination has only been going for 10 minutes. Sergeant.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
Dang.
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
I didn't either, Tanya. We're going to find out.
Involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
Wow.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay.
Jeez.
You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted
Search warrants and
support-
affidavits.
in support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
That smart water's not gonna help. You got the alkaline too. I'm proud of you. But it's not helping you right now, brother.
Sergeant Buchanan, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thank
the
you,
court's
sir.
permission,
Yes.
can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
All right, now we've got the search warrant. Here we go. We were talking about this before. This is going to
Yes,
be
it
key.
is.
And it's for, generally, Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn
No.
to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
1-3.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you
And
ever
the
seen
F-
it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? as you sit here?
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery? His
I'm
name?
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed, so I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show
now
me
he's
a
saying the
search warrant
evidence isn't good.
application with an affidavit from court,
Come on,
with
man.
a stamp, the time stamp and the stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
I'm not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at its word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3.
Oh, Lord, this guy.
Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Got him sweating.
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address, so yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
Michael Proctor. We know who it is.
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for Ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Come on, Yuri. Just get it out, man. I know it's hard.
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Y'all want to make a guess? Who do you think it is? Michael Proctor.
Michael Proctor.
No.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematics system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's
We know.
Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to in on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind.
AJ is walking him down. Remember, this is the guy right here, Yuri, who said Michael Proctor didn't have a significant hand in this investigation. It was a whole team effort.
Stop the cap.
Alan Jackson is walking him right down. Yuri, why, Yuri?
Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, so, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yep.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Good job. You
Your
did
name
it,
is not in
Yuri.
the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please.
I knew you could do it.
My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you
I do.
indicating early spring 2022? There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please.
Boy, this is tough, man.
Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning.
Yep, Amy said he looked like Popeye earlier.
It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes.
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Oh, my.
Turn to tab 11, please. Do you see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos?
What's going on at the library?
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report. It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022.
It's almost 2 weeks later.
Those items are documented in this report as were collected, yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13.
Proctor's going to ruin this whole case for the Commonwealth.
This is an evidence submission form, correct?
Along with that video.
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
Yes, Yuri is still on the police force.
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists
Good job.
certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So of the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, It was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
Chain of custody is broken.
If the form is accurate, then yes. That's
And Michael Proctor was the
absolutely right.
weak
So
link.
we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, right?
Yep.
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83.
He just contradicted himself. Oh my goodness. I don't know what happened. It was just getting good. What happened?
A part in the investigation is the case officer managing the tasks, but there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or
Hold on a second. I
Okay.
skipped ahead.
Certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own.
Here we go.
Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022. 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
those items are documented in this report as were collected, yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Sorry. Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes
fixed it.
a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's
Yep.
who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, It was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about it.
Not even close.
We did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's a
Oh, okay. Here we go. So we just have to skip ahead through this. They went to the wrong feed.
part in the investigation is the case
Shout out
officer
to the White
managing the tasks, but there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes, if not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Yes.
Again, I'd hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
Objection.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't tell you that he was the author. Like what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
Oh,
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
smart
Sir,
ones
you were
never gonna help you,
notified
buddy.
on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
As
At some
Jen
point,
said, there
you
was a
learned
man.
That male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
Keep saying we. Talk
At
about
some
yourself,
point, I
man.
learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that
Okay.
binder to be in the witness's way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
Oh my.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a... They had been at 34 Fairview, though.
Why does it keep doing that?
Yes, they had.
As a matter
Oh
of
my
fact,
goodness.
Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
Hold on a second, guys.
In the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate.
There we go. We're back there.
Engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
Ooh, what would that be?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
There we go, Yuri. Good job.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Let's get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are
Interesting.
Responsible for the medical portion of...
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
AJ's tired. He's sick of this dude. See, Peter, here's the thing you're getting wrong. So Peter asked me earlier, he said, ClassE, do you believe this officer is lying? And I said, technically, no. I don't believe he's lying, but I do believe he isn't answering questions clearly, and that's on purpose. Here's the problem with this. Peter then says, ClassE, they are on opposite sides. Wouldn't you do the same if you were him? No, they are not on opposite sides, Peter, and that's what you're missing, my friend. Thank you to Amy. That's side by number 6. They are not on opposite sides. There's 3 sides in this trial. There's the Commonwealth, there's the defense, and then there's the truth. Yuri is supposed to be on the side of the truth. He's supposed to tell the truth, speak the truth, testify. So help you God. He's not on one side or the other. He's not on trial here. You come up to the stand, you tell the truth. You're not here to paint a narrative or to show that something went the way that it didn't go. Just get up there and tell us what happened. It's not that complicated. He gets to go home. He got his 5 vacation days back. He has nothing to worry about. Why? And here's the problem again. He says, sure they are. He wants her convicted. And that's the problem I have with this witness. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to be like, what was her name? Not Katie. What was Ryan's ex-girlfriend's name? You get up there, you tell the truth, you leave. It's not that complicated. And if he wants her convicted, then I don't want to hear from him. Peggy, even the mother of this poor man, got up there. She told the truth, said how she felt, and she left. You think she wants to see somebody convicted? Hell yeah, she does. You think she wants to see Karen convicted? Heather, thank y'all. I don't know, maybe, but I couldn't tell by her testimony. With this guy, with Jen, with Carrie, even with Jessica Hyde a little bit, you can tell. You can tell. These are to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yep. You have one job. Let's keep it moving through this side by.
Best to answer the All
Tell
right,
them-
so Sergeant,
tell
I'm
them to
going
say
to
yes
ask
or no.
you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
Imagine having to tell a witness to do that. Can you just answer the question, please?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
You guys have been on it. It looks like 6 through 11 is going to win today.
Did you
unless we just
contact
have
the medical examiner's office
six
at-
side-bys here.
in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
Jeez.
At least
And
your
we're
initial
still going.
investigation
He's
during
still
those
going.
early morning hours or those critical hours led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine
Can we
whether or
just
not
answer
anybody in the
question?
house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and two
Why do you say
witnesses
homeowner like that?
were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you?
I
On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
Which is insane.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene.
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime Scene Services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact Crime Scene Services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton.
Embarrassing.
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All three of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th. You
I
weren't with-
don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no
Okay,
idea.
so if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only three people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
It's working for Jasmine Crockett. Oh, good Lord.
Other than
Jeez.
Miss Reed. And before you got to Miss Reed. Because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon?
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
In the morning, you interviewed three people,
Yes, we did.
three civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2...
Before he was last seen alive.
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first 3 interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does
Nice.
that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think
Bro.
many is.
Right.
Come on, man. Jesus.
Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
do you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
A lot.
Okay, let's try it a different way.
It's common.
If these
happens
three
often.
individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Of course
Totally
you
normal
didn't.
for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting, so cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always.
This guy is the most disingenuous witness.
Okay, maybe
Come
I
on, dude.
misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if
Because you know what
an
it means.
investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes, yes.
That's
there's
a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Smart water's not gonna help you, bro.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is
Good afternoon,
an
Bombay.
orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered in evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
While that's being marked, may we approach very briefly?
All right, that's number 7. Side by number 7. Let's skip ahead. It won't take long.
Sergeant,
Here we go. I had to wake up Bev for a minute.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
It's up there like Expelliarmus. What is he doing?
This is
It did, yes.
that's a piece. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does
He's getting
appear to
roasted
be
right now.
on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here
Okay.
what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe, as you sit here, that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay. If you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay. You see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay. Do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you. We can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point? Yeah. Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
I had one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time,
Wow.
Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got him in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
I have just a moment.
Yes.
Shout out to Steven.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated it to be
Okay.
around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used. And
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Highlight the portion, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
that refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony, it was about 10 p.m.?
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock, approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office too.
Additional office
You
tasks.
indicated
That's
that those
nice.
clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that
And
area.
of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also
Who
includes
else?
Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Your Honor, may I inquire of the clerk briefly? I'll do it easier.
Okay.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in, at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly.
We need common sense for the Commonwealth. That's a bar.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
The back and forth conversation.
I see.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir? Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously
Tag
looked
on the
at
bag.
it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you.
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label, I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging
Since
the items?
everything was handled
the
with
case officer bagging
integrity.
the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid
Right.
them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence, so I don't know who handled the
I'm
evidence.
gonna get it
that
right,
day.
Libby.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily, so they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that
Thank you.
includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before it was bagged.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log of the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant,
By
I'm
who?
asking you about a log.
Transferred
a
by
written
who?
piece of paper. Something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
Bev's about to shut it down. I can feel it.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight
Don't think too hard.
pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the
some of
3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives